Hello there. How you guys doing? Um, well, hope you're all having a great weekend so far, even if it's only just started. I mean, the temperatures are better, I think, for most of Europe now, so that's pretty nice. Not sure if the heat wave is still, going on anywhere. I hope not. But either way, hope you all survived the bulk of it at this point. So, anyways, um, nice new emote you've got there. It's very expressive. But yeah, it turned out awesome. Only 32 degrees Celsius. Okay, that is quite warm, but has it been even warmer than that during, well, the rest of the heat wave, or is that pretty much as hot as it has gotten over there? Because that is, well, I personally don't like that temperature outside, but yeah, I frequently experience temperatures warmer than that, or at least have experienced. Currently it's pretty nice outside over here, so yeah, I'm glad that most of the heat wave is over so far. But I'm also pretty sure that there's going to be another one, and yeah. Anyhow, for those of you who actually like summer, how does that feel? Because can't relate. Like, my favorite temperatures are, 15 degrees Celsius or something. Outdoors. Indoors, that's a bit cold, but yeah, outdoors, 15 degrees, 18 degrees, somewhere around that range tends to be my favorite. Because then you can wear, a zip-up hoodie, and you can feel cozy, instead of feeling you either need to wear 5 winter coats, or feeling like you want to remove your skin and organs because, well, there's just too much warmth going on. So, anyhow. That took a bit of a turn. But yeah, I'm working on, plenty of channel stuff behind the scenes, so it's been fun. And especially with the cooler temperatures, I feel like I can spend more time at the computer, so yeah, I feel more productive. And I'm quite excited about that. Yeah. I don't really have, proper air conditioning over here, so when it's super hot outside, it tends to also be hot inside, which means I'm not nearly as productive as I would like to be. And to be fair, I mean, I have been streaming a lot this week. There we go. Yeah, I mean, doing 5 streams in a week, obviously that takes a lot of time. So, there is that. But I have been quite productive, so yeah, it's been neat. Still going to make the video about TwitchCon, but as I mentioned, haven't really had much time. So yeah, the thing about life is you kind of have to do things like eating food and preparing food before eating food and sleeping. So yeah, haven't been able to get quite as much stuff done this week, but hopefully next week. So looking forward to working on that stuff. So video content and VODs and even design stuff. So no, you didn't miss it. That's this is today's stream right here. So you're in time for the start of the stream. We only just started 16 minutes ago. So you didn't miss it. But yeah, where was I? Yeah, plenty of stuff I want to work on next week, so looking forward to it. And yeah, we'll see how much stuff I can get done. depending on like whether stuff is actually like done, I might be able to like announce things on like Thursday or even next weekend. We'll see. Or like change stuff. So looking forward to doing that. When's August gonna start? So next weekend is still July, but the Monday after is the 1st of August. Nice. So don't forget to vote. Basically, the first poll that's listed on there, that one's going to be for September, but the anniversary month poll, that one's going to end in a week, apparently. So, yeah. Yeah, August is going to be my 5-year streaming anniversary, so I've got plenty of stuff planned for that. And, yeah, the main idea is that, well, I'll be streaming games that I've played on stream in the past. And probably, like, a lot of them, because at least last time I was a lot faster, I think, at getting through the games. So, let's see, how's the vote going? We've got 11 votes for Last Crusade, 11 for Final Unity, 10 for Monkey Island 2, 10 for Star Trek 25th Anniversary, 9 for Simon the Sorcerer 2, and 9 for Sound Max Hit the Road. Alright. Looking forward to August. That sounds like it's going to be a lot of fun to replay all of those. So, yeah. We'll see how that goes. I mean, I'll try and get through as many games as I can in August. And since I've played most of them before, or, well, I've played all of them before, but, like, in some cases, it's been longer, or there's, like, certain parts that I didn't play as much. Or, like, maybe even parts I skipped. With some of them, there's different endings, so I might still see things that, like, are new to me, even. But the main idea is, it's been several years since I played all these games. I only played them once, and the one time I played them was on stream. Which also means that, well, since I was multitasking the entire time, I don't remember quite as much as if I'd played the game off stream. So, yeah, life hack. If you want to be able to replay games and barely remember any of it, like, even just 3 years later, stream the game. Because, yeah, there's a good chance that that's going to work. Anyhow, yeah. That's the thing. If you stream a game with, like, splitting your attention between running the stream and, like, talking to chat and all the stuff you do as a streamer, you really don't remember that much of the actual gameplay. Well, you might remember, like, the graphics, like, maybe even voice actors, something like that. But the plot, the individual puzzles, how you solve those puzzles specifically, that tends to just, yeah, go out the window after, like, you finish the game. So, like, for example, Fallout 1, I played that one, like, only a couple of months ago. I played it at the end of 2021. And, I mean, I still remember a lot of the plot, but not all of it. So, and that's just the stuff I played through. I'm pretty sure I skipped some quests. So for those, I obviously don't know anything, because I've never seen them. But yeah, it's interesting how that works with streaming. But it's definitely an experience I've had over the years I've been streaming. Yeah. So especially since I've been streaming for so long, some of the games on that list are ones I played in yeah, 2019. So that's 3 years ago at this point. So for a lot of them, there might be a specific puzzle that seems familiar to me, but a lot of it is going to be just me experiencing the game like all over again and not really recognizing most of it. So, looking forward to it. And with having VODs afterwards, I get to, like, watch me play the game later on and remind myself that way, if ever necessary. So, yeah, there's that. But yeah, I think it's not really something you'd notice if you're not a streamer, that, like, remembering games is a whole different story when we're streaming that game. So, I think for some of the games I play, you guys know more about the game than I do, even if, like, all you know about the game is through watching me play it. So, yeah. Anyways, it's just weird to think about, I guess. But also useful. I mean, at least for me. Yeah, the thing is, this bookshelf, that's what the bookshelf used to look like. I'm currently sitting in front of a green screen. But yes, I did color sort the books. Red at the bottom, white, black, blue, then I think above it was, yellow and orange. I had a purple one and like greenish, but I didn't have that many green books. So, yeah. It is indeed a color sorted bookshelf. Would recommend if you want like a fancy background. So, yeah. Yeah, honestly, it's fun. I would recommend color sorting your bookshelf if you like the looks of it. And for me, I also, like, recognize the books by color. Like, I recognize the cover. I remember which color the cover is. So, even if it seems like it's a bit chaotic to sort them like this, it kind of works. Like, I could tell you for some of these books which one's which, even though, like, this background is currently virtual. So, yeah. Like, for example, this one right here, the one with the white on the bottom, that's Phantom of the Opera. So, yeah. Anyways. Fun thing about green screens. 14 months. Thank you for the sub. Still, every single time. How has it been 14 months? Where did time go? Oh. I mean, when did you follow the channel? July 2020. Wow. Well. Yes, I should buy a calendar, I know. I mean, there is a calendar on this wall, technically, like, over on that side. There's, like, a space-themed calendar, but you can't see it, and also, well, I can't see it because there's a green screen behind me, so, yeah. As I was saying, green screens are fun. But yes, there is technically one on the wall that's pictured behind me. Just, yeah. None of us can see it right now. I just know that it's there, so you'll just have to take my word for it. But, yeah. I mean, yeah, a lot of time is spent cooking food, eating, and sleeping. You'd be surprised how much time that takes. So, anyways. Yeah, I'll just stuck here. I just have this picture of the background to, like, remind me that technically I had an actual real-life background in the past. So, you love cooking sleep. Well, not sure how you cook sleep, but it sounds slightly dangerous. Anyways. Well, there's the first web, and the second web. But yeah, it's been a fun summer so far, and there's plenty more to look forward to, so very excited. And yes, I am quite happy where I am, so no worries. And yeah, overall, any money I earn through the channel goes back into the channel. So the next upgrade I'm planning on is a fancier microphone, and yeah, I'll have to check like what the budget for that is going to look like right now. So might have to save up for it for a while. Not entirely sure yet. I mean, I basically need to pick like which microphone I would want, and then calculate stuff, and yeah, there's an Excel file for that. And I'll need to update that. So, anyways. Let's start the game, shall we? With only 3 webs. Anyway. There we go. Now we've got all of them. So, switching over here. But yeah, since I technically don't just earn money through Twitch now, and like payouts, and it's a whole thing. Yeah, so hence the Excel file to keep track of all of it. Also, reminder that you could be using my GOG affiliate link to support the channel when buying games on GOG at no additional cost to you. Alright, let's play the game. So continue. Yeah, GOG. Exclamation mark, GOG. That's the one. So... well... the thing is, it's easy enough to set up, so you can just get your own. It took like, I think like maybe a week or so, since it has to go through like actual human approval. You're not pure enough. Okay, whatever that means. I'll just take your word for it. So, I'm going to try and run from that soldier, because I don't like him. So, centering the view, worked with enter. It's been a while since I've played this game now, so it'll take me a second to, like, get used to all the controls again. So, working on that. Let's see. Bundespräsidentenstich für Wiederholungsverschiebung. I just jumped in the ocean, didn't I? Yep, I did. I was trying to do something else. I was in the wrong mode. But it was elegant, at least. So, yeah, I was in athletic. I tried to be in normal mode. It's the same button, and it's a similar action, but yeah, it was in the wrong mode. As I said, been a minute. There, see? That's what I was trying to do. Yes, I can say it, and I can say the word in game at the same time. It's just that, well, since I don't have sound alerts for my chat point redeems, like, I tend to, read chat and game somewhat separately, because otherwise I do stuff like jumping into the ocean. Because multitasking is difficult. So, yeah, a lot of the time I end up stopping in game to focus on chat. So. And since I currently need to, like, be focusing on chat to see channel point redeems, yeah, it's just how it works out. But I can speak German and game at the same time. Because, you know, my native language. So it's not that difficult. But switching between them can be a bit tricky sometimes. Also, yeah, it's unlocked. That's great. Great how that works. But yeah, that's also why I don't have like a speak German redeem, because switching back and forth between languages can be a bit tricky for me sometimes. I'm not really that used to switching. So. It's really just that. So, while I can switch, it just, like, takes more energy than it probably should. So, last time we read about, stuff in the library. I was supposed to travel to a different island to research the legend, I think. Let's see. So that's the port. Also, this globe thing is really difficult to control. Proxima Island. Clearwater Lake. Also, interesting globe. They've got just a ring of ice or something. So, Whiteleaf Desert. Okay. There's nothing on the other side that I'm supposed to look at, apparently. Very strange. Okay. So, back to athletic mode. And I'll need to find the port again. So, I think I had to drive there. And for that, I needed to... where was it? I got the tank to shoot one of the soldiers. Nice. So, was the car up here? Let's see. Right, so I could jump over here. Or not. There we go. So... then I can use the car.
Where do you want to go?
Port Beluga.
Port Beluga.
So... are you doing here?
Good day. This talk about the legend is strange, don't you think?
Yeah, I mean, it is very strange.
Don't know anything about it.
Sure, nobody knows anything about it, especially not the people who put up all the posters saying that you shouldn't, like, ask about the legend or talk about the legend. And you should just forget it ever existed.
Wherever you go,
Mhm.
come back soon. We are waiting for the imminent return of a solitary navigator, and he will sell his boat.
Oh. Okay. So I could buy a boat, hopefully? So, can I travel here now?
Good day. This talk about the legend is strange, don't you think?
I don't know anything about it, but some people say that there used to be some books over at the library that
Yeah, I
spoke of it.
already heard of those books.
If the astronomer sent you, I guess I can trust you.
Okay.
Despite the solidarity and the resistance against Buckrock, you know, times are hard. For 10 caches, I picked where you want to go.
White Leaf Desert.
To the
Nice.
White Leaf Desert.
Okay. I mean, of course they're ripping us off. It's a very wobbly ride. Also, the water looks like a paint. Like the texture of like a painted wall. I mean, last time I checked, water doesn't generally look like that, but close enough.
They say that there are treasures hidden in a temple somewhere in the desert.
Okay. So... Nice. Alright. Uh-oh. So I need to time my jumps. And, well, the running too. Okay, so I should be safe there for now. One. And a bit closer to that edge. So I don't end up in the water. Hope that's close enough. There. That should do it. So. Okay. Ow. Okay, don't stand there. Okay. Got it. Right. What's going on here? Can I interact with this? Nope. Thank you. The controls for this game aren't like, my favorite. So. Ow. Okay, just run. No. Okay. How are we doing in regards to health? Not that bad, actually. Okay. I'm glad. So... Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Okay. I'll try and sneak. Ow. Fine, that didn't work. Yes, yes, I get it. You're aware of where I am. Oh, there's a mushroom over there. Nice. Not sure what happened there. I earned money somehow. Can I jump on these? No. I'll just run around them. Wait, what? There it is. Got it. So I might be able to get that soldier over there. If I play my cards right. No. Ow. Stop it. I mean, I could just punch him. How can he manage to do that, but I can't? Now, that's unfair. Nope, don't knock me into the water. Unacceptable. If I just walk right here. No. Not gonna work. Fine. So... it's great. Just sneak up on that one. There you go. And then athletic. Oh no. Nope, missed my chance. Fine. So... I mean, mean, it does go fairly far. So if I got the right angle... then it might work? No. Is this gonna go any further? Not really. It does seem like the ball behaves slightly different. But yeah, that soldier specifically is going to be tough. Alright. Okay. Not sure why it's not going any further than... well, okay, I just ran into a tree. Sure, I could just run at him. Nope. Missed my chance. And we're dead. It's fine. Oh no, I have to do that entire part again. It'll be fine. This is fine.
They say that there are treasures hidden in a temple somewhere in the desert.
Okay. I mean, so far, I'd say I've been doing okay with the ball mechanics, so it's fine. I'll continue trying to figure out why it functions differently sometimes. So. But thank you for asking. Okay. Walking closer to the edge. And then, oh, I jumped too soon. Everything's fine. Don't worry about the game over screen I'm getting right now. Nothing to see here. Nothing at all. So, continue. At least this time I didn't lose much progress, so. Could be worse.
They say that there are treasures hidden in a temple somewhere in the desert.
Yes. Yes, they do say that.
Good day. All this talk about the legend is strange, don't you
Wrong mode.
think?
I don't know anything about it, but I think a while ago the library had some books that spoke of it. I can get you where you want to go for only 10 caches. Where do you want to go?
I'll
Later.
leave later on.
So. I was in the wrong mode. Jump. Wow, that was close. Jump. And jump. Okay. that. And jump. Why didn't that work? Maybe I need to press the button for longer? Can I do shorter jumps based on how long I press the spacebar?
They say that there are
It would be great if I
treasures
could skip
hidden
these
in a
sometimes,
temple
but...
somewhere in the desert.
So... Is there a button to skip dialogue? Because there are definitely times when that would come in very useful in this game. I mean, if there is one, I just haven't found it. But I have been looking. Now I jumped too far. It would be so much nicer if my character could just learn how to swim. But no. Also, why isn't he wearing a life vest? Because... especially someone who doesn't even know how to swim. Standing that close to the ocean is dangerous.
They say that there are treasures hidden in a temple somewhere in the desert.
Like, imagine if you didn't know how to swim and you were, like, jumping around on the small rocks in the middle of the ocean with the water being deep enough for you to drown, like, instantly, basically. I'd say pretty much everyone would want to wear a life vest in that scenario, right? Or just something to help you not drown. I missed. As I was saying. Seems like a very silly thing to do. So, I mean, drowning... that doesn't sound like fun. There's so many better ways to spend a Saturday morning.
They say that there are treasures hidden in a temple somewhere in the desert.
So... I overcorrected again. I need to aim better. Honestly, I'm not trying to fail on purpose, because... oh boy. If I was doing this on purpose... why? Yeah, he does need to learn how to swim. But still, a life vest would go a long way to not drowning every 2 seconds. I mean, jumping in this area seems dangerous enough already, because with how many rocks there are, like, you could hit your head on something, and, pretty sure even if you're a great swimmer, if you're unconscious, you won't be. So, yeah. There. I mean, if something like this was in a real-life place, those rocks would be wet and slippery and probably covered in algae. So, there is a decent chance that you'd hit your head somewhere. Yeah, the water would be moving too. Yeah. True that. But my point is, like, this would still be dangerous even if you know how to swim. But with not knowing how to swim, and not having any sort of, like, life jacket or, like, anything to keep you from drowning, why do this? I mean, yeah, the boat dropped him off here, but still. Could have, like, asked for a life jacket. Or taken a giant plank along and use that as a bridge. Instead of jumping. I missed. Again. In that area I don't have time to, like, aim too much because of the gun, so. It's tricky. I'll probably try and leave this part of the map as soon as I get to that part again. To hopefully try and save
say that there are
this
treasures
part.
hidden in a temple.
May not
somewhere
manage it once.
in the desert.
But that was clearly just beginner's luck. Because this puzzle is tricky. At least with the guns also going off. So close. So close. So close. And yet so far. But yeah, I'll just check the edges of the map. The one edge I was at, I wasn't able to go over to another part of the map from that side. But there are still two other edges that aren't covered in water and aren't the one I already checked. So it should work, I think. I hope that's not just like
They
this area
say
on the map,
that there
because
are treasures
well,
hidden in a temple somewhere in the desert.
if I need to do this entire section every single time I die on this island, I'll get very annoyed with it, most likely. I'll still do it, but I'll be annoyed with that. And I'd say that's my right, because, well, tank controls and a jumping puzzle. Better than Ultima 8. I don't know anything about Ultima 8. I was so close to falling in the water there. I'm gonna, like, walk over here. A lot of jumping. Doesn't have tank controls. And iffy, like, 3D stuff where you can't really see perspective. Because that is quite the combination. So, I think I'm facing the right way. Okay. So this spot seems safe. I have to do the run fairly quickly, but at least I don't have to jump anymore, I think. So. There we go. Got it. Okay. Dang it! Leave me alone! It's just standing here. Just minding my own business. So... we're talking about Ultima 8. Also known as a game I have absolutely no clue about. Like, honestly, legitimately, all I know about Ultima is the title. Nothing else. One, two... Nope. There we go. I got a key! Oh, wait. Where is it? There. I got a key! Okay. Nice. So I made it to this area. Can I get back? Yes, I can. So... that should mean that I'm done with the ocean jumping puzzle for now. I'm quite happy about that. I'm not sure if I'll ever get into that series. Don't know. Since I don't know anything about it, so... who knows? Maybe I'll play it at some point, maybe not. Only time will tell. I don't think it's been requested yet, so... I don't know. I don't like the sound of that. There. Found a spot. Oh no. There's another one. Talk about unfair. Okay. Hopefully there won't be another one right after this one. Nope, there will be. Okay. Ow. Not fair. How many are there? I killed 2! They still had more. Did they just have infinite soldiers coming out of that one? I think they do. It's like they're just printing soldiers. Ow. So, I'll get that one again. Just out of revenge, basically. So, mushroom. Yes, we got that guy's lunch money. Grand total of 2 coins. So, not sure killing that soldier over and over again is worth it. Oh no. Ow. Okay. Can I walk while the ball is moving? Okay. That means they can shoot. Ow. Nope, 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 nope. But at least now when we spawn, we should spawn in the other area. But how is that fair? It's just a never-ending lineup of soldiers just walking out of that building. Okay, I'll get this mushroom. I'll kill this specific soldier. Because unlike the other ones, this soldier actually dies. And stays dead for a while. Okay. I'm just not sure why the new soldiers just keep on appearing all the time. Just... like, how many are in that bunker? Because it seems like an unlimited number. They can't get to the bunker without dying, so... Teleporter. Yeah, probably. But yeah, just... doesn't seem fair. don't think I earned experience or anything, so I'll stop that. I think I need to just go on to the next area. Well, glad you enjoyed my channel. I don't trust this horse. Or maybe I should? Come back here, horsey. Okay. Great. Can't interact with the horse. Hello, horse. No. Maybe I need an inventory item for it? Don't have an apple or anything like that. But yeah, I'm trying to interact with it. It's not doing anything. Maybe I can jump onto the horse? No. Hello, civilian.
Good day. All this talk about the legend is strange, don't you think?
Very strange indeed. I'm just an old fool who would like to grow flowers in the desert. But I know about this legend that Dr. Funfrock forbade. I'll tell you what I know if you bring me back a sacred book. It is in the Temple of Booth, which was buried by a violent sandstorm. You can still get in, however, through one of the ventilation shafts still visible, just behind me. But be careful. There is danger everywhere.
Okay. Well. No time like the present. Okay, is there something I can interact with? No. Ah. Not sure why it's doing a silly dance. It's an interesting silly dance. I'll give it that. It's a very intriguing silly dance. Yeah, I guess it's dodging, but like... about as efficiently as I would. I'm horrible at using dodging mechanics. There we go. So... yeah, perspective-wise, it's difficult to tell where these are, so I'm hoping I'm at the right spot. Yeah, close enough. So... okay, that worked. spikes. And then... there. And... there we go. So, can I jump over these spikes? I hope so. Okay. No? Can't interact with the barrel or the urn. Fine. What if I use our ball to try and collide with the other one? Missed my chance. No. Oh. Okay. So... no. Not gonna be fast enough for that. Okay. Two of them. No. Can't fight them already. Okay. So if I run back over here, are they going to wake up? No. Fine, I guess. Ow. Okay. Just for good measure. Yes, I just kicked the monkey statue in the air. So what? So... I guess if I jump over there... and onto this platform... onto this platform... it'll start taking me somewhere? Or not? Nope. Not moving. I mean, I did jump on it. That's just jumping off of it. So. There's probably a way to switch it on. I mean, this looks like a lever. Yep. Right. So is it gonna come back here, or is it just stuck there now? Guess it might be stuck there. Okay. What about the other one? Can't go over that way. Oh, okay. Anything hiding in this barrel? Nope. Maybe I should have activated that lever over there before jumping over here. Seems like that might have been a mistake. So I can activate this lever. Like I said, I can activate this lever. Then switch to athletic. Run over here. Okay. Maybe I need to use it to move something. Oh, there's the lever over here. Okay, that didn't do anything here. Let's see. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Ow. Stop it. And it. Well, could have been worse. So. Ow. Weird how he just gets stuck dodging. There we go. You were saying? He hit me like once. So, ha. It's more these puzzles that get me. As I was saying. There. Good to see that you believe in me. Or not. I didn't need to jump there. I don't think I even pressed my spacebar at that point, to be honest. So. I don't use them well, so. That's how. Sometimes I just get stuck like that. But, thank you. So I don't feel like I'm good at them. So. Didn't press my spacebar there. So it seems like if I leave it pressed for too long, it counts as another jump. So need to watch out for that. So... Oh fine, you couldn't tell that it was tank controls for a while. Well, in that case, thank you. Yeah, I don't feel like I'm using them that well, but it's also not my first time using tank controls by far. Like, for example, Grim Fandango had them. So, I think it's just that more point and clicks use them. And, well, I've played quite a few. So... I was just trying to walk closer to the edge, not fall off of it. Honestly, just the perspective is... well... I mean, I could just ignore that skeleton. I could try and see how that goes. So... this mode... there. And back to athletic. So... nope, I fell. Ow. I was hurrying too much. Nope. Nope. But he was right out. He was going right after me, so like that doesn't count. I don't really have time to aim because he's just pacing around. There. Kinda worked. So... there. Okay. That one. Nice. There. Okay. sound surprised. What does this do? I mean, I guess that's a platform that actually moves over. Oh, there's a lever between the two skeletons. I didn't even notice that. Okay. Interesting. I'll try that lever, which will probably activate the two skeletons. Which I'll probably regret. Ow. I'm busy here. Stop it. Okay, so now that one's just gone. Okay, so if I'm super careful... then I can jump over that wall. Lovely. So... yeah, I think I might have to move something. So... I'll have to find like a big clunky item. And then use all those moving platforms to move it. So, I'll reset this one. Can I get back to the other side? Hope so. Maybe I needed to activate the other lever first and leave it activated and then activate this one. It's difficult, because, like, well, this game works in a way that isn't entirely intuitive to me, so, yeah. That's why I've been having issues, I think. Maybe I can move that barrel. mistakes were made. Okay, that opened the door. That opened that door. Okay. I think I might just have to make a run for it. There's a certain pattern to it, but I'm horrible at working with patterns like that, as you can see. So, like, I can recognize the pattern, I'm just really bad at timing. I'm also a horrible dancer, which is why I don't dance. Ow. And I died. As I was saying. There. There. I'll still be happy about managing to regain my progress. Because it's still the same amount of work. Even if I've done it before. It's a little tricky. Okay, so now I can't use this lever. Fine. So that wasn't the solution. Now I know. I think this didn't work. As in, jumping up there. Nope. So I can't fix that. Alright then. No, that's not gonna get me anywhere. Thank you for the follow. Oh no. Okay. But I mean, even if I have to redo things, I'm still learning, so. Feels like I'm making progress, which is nice. Okay, that worked. Ow. Still worked. Wasn't perfect, but it did work. Okay. I'm thinking that's the statue I'm supposed to move. Yep. So let's see. Is pushing it into the barrel going to... no. Okay. So, it's kind of stuck now. But then again, the platforms aren't where they're supposed to be, so... I think... we'll just... take some risks. Also known as run into certain death. Because I don't think I can reset it in any other way, so. Yeah. Okay, there we go. And yes, it means I need to redo it again. I know. I'm aware. Ow. Didn't aim properly. Ow. But yeah, as I was saying, since the other platform weren't supposed to be, I don't think it would have worked. I'll just try and do it properly this time. Ow. Trying to fight back, but no. Instead, I'll just die. It's an option. There. Well, I'm trying to do it right. Emphasis on trying. Ow. Is Rise of the Tomb Raider an actual thing? Because, I mean, I don't know all the Tomb Raider games. played one of them, and that was a while ago. Ow! Stop it! Stay away from me. Nope. I landed on the spikes. But then again, might as well restart again. Yes? What? Did I mention I don't describe myself as a pro gamer? You're glad I only played this game on Saturdays. Well, I mean, I might be better at it if I wasn't just playing it on Saturdays. There is that. But yeah, in general, I'm not that great at, well, platformers. So. Puzzle games, I'm decent at, but platformers, nope. My character? Kind of a mixture, I think. I think he's supposed to be a person, but he's a very weird-looking person. So. Like, even just looking at the proportions, they don't seem right. So... yeah, I don't think I'm supposed to activate this one yet. So I go over to the other side. I do have quite a bit of patience, just not that much skill. So, I'd say that's the thing I lack, at least in regards to platformers. So. Be doing worse. So, I mean, there is some amount of context. So, our character has been having weird dreams and was sent to an asylum. Then he broke out of there. Met up with his, I think, girlfriend, who then got arrested and taken to a different area. So we're trying to rescue her. Also trying to figure out, like, why everyone's against us. And currently we're trying to figure out the legend concerning the leader of this area. Like, basically, there's like a dictatorship going on, and the guy in charge forbade people from telling a certain legend, and we're trying to find out what that legend was. And to find out what the legend was, we're fetching a book for a guy who's sitting out in the desert at the entrance of this place. Because he knows it, and, well, he wants a book from this place as payment. Or at least I think it was a book. So, there. That's my summary of what's going on in the game right now. Hope that helps a bit. Ow. To redo it again. So. And we're also, like, learning magic while we're doing all of that. And, there's, like, kind of a rebellion going on. Yeah, it's surprisingly... yeah, it's a scientist, there's different races, there's cloning, there's teleportation, and there's quite a bit going on. And you travel from area to area. So I'd say there are plenty of games that have less of a plot than this one. Could even argue that this game has too much of a plot, because it gets a bit confusing. Yeah, earlier we went to a library, but to get to that library we had to convince a rabbit to let us into the restricted section of the library, and we convinced him by changing the taste of the tap water in this area. So... there's definitely quite a lot of just general silly going on. Alright. That's where I need that platform. There's a second game? Okay. Didn't even know that. What about the skeletons? Ow. So. platforming is definitely tricky. There. That worked. So... seems like there's a platform somewhere over here too. But yeah, try not to spoil too much of the next game. I wonder how I get over there. Oh, maybe I go in the other direction. Where does that lead me? Oh, over here! So I get to skip all of that! Perfect. Okay, so no pushing it down the stairs. Instead we'll push it over there and have it fall down. Okay. And we'll have to get a bit creative and try and have it not get stuck to the back wall, because if that happens, it'll, well, probably mean that I need to redo this entire area. So, there. Hopefully, this is gonna work. Oh no. I'm not sure it worked. No, I think we got it stuck. Oh, fine, fine, it worked. It worked. Everything's fine. So, maybe we can do this after all. Yeah, okay. Let's see. Yeah, so far I'm interested in playing another game that's in this style. But probably not immediately after this one, because... like... well... I'm really not that good at this. They tend to try and not focus too much on like the types of games I'm horrible at. I mean, sure, I'm patient, but still feel like I should be way better at this than I actually am. Because, yeah, I'm just really not that great. So, this lever. So now the issue is going to be, how do I get to the other side? Because I don't know. There has to be some sort of a way, right? I don't want to jump onto the platform because that might knock the statue down. I don't want to risk that. if I use these again, gonna help me at all? Probably not. I can't use them again. Okay. Can I jump up here? No. Maybe there's spikes somewhere that I can jump over? Oh, can I jump onto this wall? Okay. Can jump there. Maybe I could, like, jump from wall to wall and do it that way. I'll try that. Gonna be tricky with, well, tank controls. But I think it should be possible. But odds are it'll take me a couple of tries. So bear with me, please. Nope. I managed to jump onto the wall before, so I know it's possible. Like, it works as a like proof of concept at least. That would imply that I should be able to jump from wall to wall. Why did it only work at one time? Can I just jump up onto this wall? No. I'll just try and jump from back here. There we go. And then jump. There. Nope. Almost. I'll get the hang of it. So I just need to stand far enough away from this wall. Jump. And then turn around properly. Carefully walk over there. Jump. Nope. Almost. Needed to stand close to the edge. There. Inch closer and do this. And jump. Disappointment. Okay, I'll stand super close to the edge. And if that doesn't work, then I'll have to think of something else. Nope, that's too close. One step too close. I mean, sure, it could be that I can jump further if I run the rest of the way. I can try that, yeah. Might be worth a shot. So. Nope. Dang it. was standing too close to the edge. Okay. Nope. Jumped too early. But it was pretty close, I think. Okay. I think I'm facing the right way. So, let's go for it. Yes! I did it! Okay. That was tricky. Like, I don't know if that was the official way of getting back there. Yeah, and there are skeletons there. But I'd assume they won't cause issues with the statue itself, as long as I don't die to them. There. That's definitely on the platform. Oh, are they awake now? I think they're awake now. That's gonna be a problem. Okay. Yep, they're awake now. Of course they are. Yes, I'm still playing this game. As in, I haven't finished it yet, and I did not give up on it. Come on. Get out of me. Should be able to hit you. There we go. There we go. Okay. That worked. And it was very close. So. There. Trying to get behind the statue. No, don't fall. No. There we go. It's having the statue fall at that point. Oh boy. I mean, I might be able to push it up the stairs, but I don't want to take the chance of being stuck. So, but that worked so far. Ow. Okay. Right. So, managed to do this part. That was tough. Of course, there's another one of these. Oh boy. Ow! Let me jump! Okay. Well, I'm glad that it saves between the different areas. I hope the statue didn't reset. Ow. Can I figure out if the statue reset from over here? I sure hope it didn't. Oh boy. Ow. Can't see it from over here. Oh boy. Nope. Spikes. Fine. I'm totally not distracted by the fact that I'm now in the starting area again. Definitely not. I'm fine. This is fine. Also, I died. So. What if I just try and hit the skeleton? No. Fine, I need to wait for it to wake up first. Specifics. Okay. It's definitely not an easy game. Can I jump over to the side from here? Oopsies. I mean, I can fall on my face. proven that. Like, if I go over to this edge... Almost. Ow. Can I... Nope. Can I... jump? Nope. How about... No? No. So jumping just means falling down the ladder. I can't jump off of the ladder. So... What if I jump from here? No. So you just really dislike tank controls? Fair enough. I mean, they're not my favorite. But arguably, like, I'm also just bad at games, so. As seen here. I mean, it could be that if you play more games that have tank controls... It's not really how it works on this channel, but... It might also mean that you have to ban me, because I've already said plenty of bad things about tank controls. So... Come at me. You can't? Well. Isn't that a shame? Yeah. I mean... Like, for example, Grim Fandango. The tank controls in that one, especially since the camera angles change all the time, it was not my favorite in regards to controls, but the storyline was fun. So, I did like that. Let's see if I can just attack the skeleton from up here, but probably not. I mean, even if I don't kill it, I can still get some room by getting it to, like, be on the other side of this place. Which allows me to aim a bit more. Well, enough, apparently. So, sure, I could use hand-to-hand, but I'm even worse at that. So, I tend to just get stun-locked with basically all the enemies. Yeah. Yeah, it is. So... It is like making someone dance by shooting at their feet. I mean, we're basically doing that thing, just with throwing a ball at someone's chest. But it is pretty close. on. Stop fidgeting. He's trying to dodge. And doing so badly. Oh. He gets to respawn? Really? Talk about not fair. I mean, sure, I get to respawn too, but... For me, lots of stuff resets, not just my location. So... Yeah, apparently you can't kill a skeleton with spikes. And they can just teleport. And I can just miss. Again. And get stun locked somehow. What was that? Everything's fine. See, I would like this game more if it wasn't for getting stun locked all the time. Basically, the only reason the skeleton is different is because it actually dodges. All the soldiers don't dodge, so once they attack me, like, one time, I'm kind of just doomed, so I don't like that. If you're bound to, like, get hit by the same enemy 3 times in a row, like, at that point, it would make everyone's life easier if, like, 1 hit was just worth 3 hits and that enemy only got to hit you once. But maybe that's just me. So... let's see. I'll jump from here. Okay. And... I think I'm facing the right direction, but it's sort of got to tell. Like, I think it's a bit further that way. Nope. It wasn't. Clearly wasn't. But if you look at the spikes on the floor, it feels like that's how it should work. But the perspective on this one, it's just throwing me off. At least now I've killed the skeleton, so that part is dealt with. Why is a jumping puzzle the most difficult part of this? What happened there? I have no clue. I really hope the statue is still there. Oh boy. Yeah, not doing this puzzle for a while and working on the other puzzles just made this one more difficult again. As you can see. There. Thank you for the follow. Press the jump button for too long. Which is how that goes. I didn't press the jump button again, I was just pressing it for too long, so... mistakes were made. I just really wanted to make sure that I wouldn't do too short of a jump. So. Don't pull your hair out. Well, I have crossed it several times. Nope. It really isn't difficult. And you just get stuck. So. Everything's fine. But no need to pull your hair out. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know why they made this area so ridiculously silly. There. There. Need to look like really close to the edge on that one. Okay. And wish me luck. Did that one. And come on. Yes! We did it. Okay. Oh, the statue's still there. Good. Okay. Well, not first try, but... okay. Yes, I died while, yeah, not while trying to get the statue across. I managed to do that in one go. I died, like, in the area right after this one. I got stun-locked by the log with spikes that follows me. And for some reason, when respawning, I respawn in the other area again. So, yay! Thank you for the 400 bits! Oh. That's all I get. Well, I really appreciate it. So, jump. And jump. Nope. Well, at least I didn't die this time. Yet. What is this place? Okay. Of course, that wakes up a skeleton. And I died. Right? You know what that means. Uh-huh. Oh goody. We get to do this part again. Who's excited? I know I am. Nope. Yeah. I'm just gonna try and beat that skeleton using melee, but no. It's not going so well. I get hit about as frequently as the skeleton itself. So. I'm not sure if I respawn in the other area if I don't get a game over. So if I just lose my last life, but like still have one left to respawn with. So anyways, I'll try and get a game over now purposefully, and then do the jumping thing perfectly, probably after killing the skeleton. So, wish me luck. So. I'll try and deal with the skeleton. Come on, skeleton. There. As long as he's stuck there, should be simple enough. Come on, no. No longer stuck there. There we go. So... What about Europe? I'm confused. Oh, I already went to TwitchCon Europe. TwitchCon Europe was last weekend, so yeah, I went. It was awesome. Yeah. So, close to the edge. And jump. Yes. That was close. Well, most of my community didn't end up going to TwitchCon, but I still had fun. So. Phew. How are we doing on life? Well, not ideal, but I'll take it. So. Oh no. Fell again. Okay. Yeah, I got really close to, like, doing something. I don't know what that lever would do. I just want to know. Just do dodging. No. Stop attacking me. No attacking. Bad skeleton. Okay. Did it. So I guess that lever over there would get me to the other side. We'll see. Of course I can't jump onto that platform. That would be silly. Oh, that one didn't have a head! Oh. I didn't notice that. Thank you for pointing it out. I was so busy fighting it, but didn't really notice that detail. So... maybe here's the lever. Okay. Where's this gonna get me? Okay. That looks annoying. Okay, there's an evil bird. Of course there is. And there's a locked door. And a skeleton. Okay. Nothing over on this side. Maybe it's a skeleton? Or a bird? I don't know how I'm supposed to get the key. How if I hit the spike bulb thingies? Doesn't really seem to be doing anything. So. Where's the skeleton going? Is it avoiding me? This area is strange. Ow. Ow. Okay, got a good point from that one. I guess the skeleton doesn't actually try and attack me. That's strange. It does get hit by the other things. Ow. It's really weird. Ow. It's just complimenting it on the fact that it wasn't attacking me. Shouldn't have done that. There. Key. Okay. What is this area? What? What the heck is that? I don't even know what I'm supposed to try and do in there. Yeah, I mean, this area, like, that's nightmare fuel right there. So. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. That's not good. Nope, 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 nope. Okay. Let's stand over here. That's somewhat safe. Not really. What am I supposed to kill to get a key to the other door? Well, at least I'm in this area now. The blocks look spiky, yeah. So I get another chance to try this part. So it's like I need to walk on one of the side paths, then jump twice, and then I could try and switch to normal mode, and I could try and use one of the levers, but yeah. Not sure that's gonna work well. The other option would be trying to run around the corner and hide from the spiky thing. Which is probably a better idea, considering my level of skills. Or lack thereof. So. Let's try this. Jump. And I missed. Well, we had a good run. Oh fine, there's the monkey thingies. I can't actually run around the corner. Back here I can run around the corner. Well, Yeah, doesn't it? At least the skeleton isn't here right now. Yeah, I'm surprised that skeleton didn't respawn. Agreed. Better question, why isn't this pot working? Is this pot broken? Guess I hope not. Okay. Now it should work? I think. Come on. Platform. Not gonna move the rest of the way. It's not. So I guess I need to deactivate the other lever. But I don't know if I can do that while jumping. So... oh boy. Gonna be fun. And I keep on missing. True, I could throw the ball. Good idea. I'll try that. Nope. No. Doesn't work. It was a good idea. Maybe I need to hit it from a different angle? I don't know. It'd be so nice if that worked. Nope. Pretty sure I hit it on that one. And it didn't work, so... 6 for me. Nope. I'll get it from there. I'll try and... like... anything? From here? No? Platform? Activate it? Oh! That did work! I managed to hit the platform and that... good enough! Okay. So, lever... I didn't just fall down a place where I shouldn't have, right? 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 Oh, I did. Fine. Yeah, I fell off. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to this! Thank you for the follow. Oh boy. For those of you who might be wondering, I stream 3 days a week. And currently one of those days is Little Big Adventure. That day being Saturday. So. Like today I've been streaming for around 3 hours now. So. Yeah, that's... those tiles are strange. I don't know why. Ow. brought me back? That makes no sense. But what are those tiles? Probably do something. Just don't know what. Maybe I need to press them in the correct order? But I'm not getting any sort of feedback on what the correct order would be. So, I don't know. So. Yeah, I mean, kids have a lot of time and patience in some cases. I mean, the kids who would play this would have a lot of patience. So. Yeah, they learn fast. They have patience. Yeah. They have time. And they don't, like, have as many, like, conflicting priorities in regards to gaming. Okay. So. Finally. Oh, so there's a locked door over here too. Right. Okay. Ow. Yeah, so those platforms look like they have spikes on them. Yeah. Touching them is a mistake. So, what am I supposed to do in here? I mean, really? Can't jump up there. Don't know what those bouncy thingies are. They kind of look like eyeballs, but not really. They do seem to respond to the yellow ball. I mean, they at least seem to dodge. So. That's something. But yeah. No touching the spiky thingy. Don't know if there's a point in killing the bouncy thingies. I mean, it could be that they have keys. Might be that even several of them have keys, because there's 2 locked doors that can damage them. Could also be that the bird has a key. But hitting the bird is going to be even more difficult. mean, maybe if I go for aggressive? I see something red on it. Ow. Okay. Oh, that was not a key. So... installing Fallout. Nice. It is a fun game. And I'd say especially, well, if you've played Skyrim before, like, then I definitely recommend playing it. Because, yeah, Fallout 3 is very similar to Skyrim in, like, the controls. And, yeah, if you like the controls of Skyrim, and just the general, like, design, then, yeah, you'll probably see a lot of that in Fallout 3. But on the other hand, if you hate Skyrim, then there's a good chance you also hate Fallout. Unless the reason you hate Skyrim is the lack of guns. Because, well, Fallout does not have that issue. Oh, your PC doesn't run Skyrim well. Okay. I'm not sure if Fallout is any easier for PCs to run. I mean, Skyrim should be pretty easy nowadays, I think. Depending on, like, if you're using mods and stuff. Not sure how I didn't get hit. But I'll take it. So... could try and be aggressive. Okay. Beat one of them. Ow. Okay, got another one. Come here, bouncy thingy. There we go. Okay, should be a lot more calm in this area now. I'll assume I can still set them off. Yep. Oh, the door's open now. Well, isn't that nice? Okay. So now I flip this lever. Oh, it's a platform. Come back here. Didn't mean it. Oh, it is a weird game, yes. But fun. Definitely weird. But I'd argue that I'm weird too. So. Well, I'm not sure I went the wrong way. I went back up. I mean, yeah, there was the other door, but I don't have a key for it, so... Alright. Let's see if we can do this part now. I don't think I'll be much better at it, but... try it again. Also, please don't try and help too much, because I am doing a blind playthrough of this game, and oh boy, I got stun locked. Yeah, trying to trigger that lever is not a good idea, apparently. So... why do you just have a random Steam key? Because that doesn't seem like... I'm not sure about that. Anyways. Fair enough. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. But thank you for dealing with that message. So, but I mean, I'm sure there are other ways to get rid of Steam keys. So, yeah. Where was I? Well, that's not very nice. We don't take kindly to insults around here. So... I think I'm standing close enough to the edge. And just... at least this time I didn't have to do the weird thing with the throwing the ball at the platform. So. Okay. Yeah, true that. Like, if the Steam key turns out to be stolen, that doesn't sound like a good idea. So, yeah. Yeah, it could also just be random numbers. Either way. Hope everyone's being safe. So... but yeah, I haven't seen that sort of stuff in chat before. I mean, I myself still have a bunch of unused Steam keys, so we might do a giveaway at some point. I got them through stuff like Humble Bundle, and just already had the game. So... but in that case, I would DM them to people, not just randomly post them in chat. So... I didn't climb down. That's all it took. But yeah, that door was clearly locked still, so. Full damage. So, we're back here. Home sweet home. At least I managed to do that first jump. Means I have a bit more time for the other ones. So. Okay. True. I did kinda get run over by that spiky log thing. So, I was low health. I hope the other doors are still the way they were. We'll see. So, maybe I'll do better at this part this time. So, or maybe I get the log thing to fall and then run from it the other way. No. No. It was worth a try. It was worth a try. Didn't work. I was hoping it would drop, like, here or something and drop slowly so I could run under it, but no. Would have been nice if that was the case, though. I fell. So... nice. At least I got some life back. Alright. No, this is not Dark Souls. How are you doing today? I've still never actually played Dark Souls. I played part of Bloodborne, I think. And, well... the Dark Souls of platforms. Maybe? I don't know. Difficult for someone like me to judge that, because I never played it. So... okay, it's gonna get stuck over there again. Time to throw a ball at it. Moving again. And let's see. I'll try and walk closer to the lever. There we go. I think the other doors should now all be open. So at least that part should be a lot more manageable. But this temple is still difficult, so... Ow. Probably shouldn't have done that. As in the, like, jumping down there. Losing life points to the most silly things. So. There. Back to athletic mode. And we're back up here. Oh boy. So. Think I'm ready? Okay. So, I mean, if I ran, like, over on this side first, then switched over to the other side. So, let's just practice down here. So, I run over to the side, and then along that side, then turn around, then run over that way, and try not to fall. Okay. Maybe jump at some point. It's gonna be tough. So... Did it get stuck again? Platform. Get your act together. Well, I might be able to dodge it, but there are these monkey statues there. So there's a good chance that I'll get stun locked if I stand there for too long. So that's my main concern. But I can try it. I mean, worst thing that can happen is dying again, and that's gonna happen most likely. Like, regardless of what tactic I try and do. So it'll be fine. It's just a lot of trial and error. So... there. Yeah, the way to get back is not nice. Really. I tried not to get hurt falling down there, but it still happened anyway. Is there another heart in the vase for me, or is... no. Okay. So, since I haven't died in the meantime, it has not respawned. Just wanted to check. So... oh, dang it. Fine. Activating the switch from down here. So don't get squished. There. I mean, there's probably someone who has decided to speedrun this game. And I feel bad for them, to be honest. Because, I mean, you could pick any game. This game would not be the one I would ever want to speedrun. But I feel like someone's done it. So. You gotta check? Oh, let me know. Alright, let's do this. I'll try and hide with the lever. Oh. Can't really steer that well in athletic mode. So, what's the time to complete the game? According to speedruns. My guess is like 15 minutes? No, 26, 27. Alright. Well, I mean, I don't know how much of the game I've got left at this point, so. Tried. Ow. Maybe I'll be good at platformers after this one. Imagine that. So... there it goes. Hello, how you doing today? You're melting. How warm is it over there? Indoors or outdoors? Indoors, it's currently 28 degrees in here, which, I mean, it's not that bad, all things considered. We had 32, like, 2 or 3 streams ago, so this is decent. And I've also got like a fan blowing air around to make it a bit less stuffy, so. Modern technology. It helps. Even if it's not air conditioning. 27 indoors, 31, 32 outdoors. That's warm. But yeah, 28 here, but as I said. Oh, has the heat wave reached the US at this point? I thought it was mainly just Europe. What temperature is it in New Zealand? I'd assume it's quite cozy. Like, would still be winter, so. It'll be 41 degrees Celsius. Well. Good luck. In New Zealand, it's 20... it's 13 degrees. So that's like... that's so much nicer than, well, most of these places over on this side of the globe. So, enjoy. But yeah, 41 degrees sounds a bit extreme. I'm not sure I've ever been in 41-degree weather. Might have. Like, maybe once. But, yeah, it's not a normal temperature in any of the countries I frequent. So, pretty glad about that. But then again, it's getting warmer, so that can change. Like, even just, like, how much snow falls over here has changed within the last, like, 20, 30 years. So, yeah. Could be that, like, I don't know, 10 years from now it's normal for at least one day in summer to reach above 40 degrees. I hope not, but we'll see. I guess the only perk then would be that, like, you'd be more used to it. Ow. I fell again. I mean, if the path back wasn't this difficult, I'd probably be done with that area by now, but... But since it takes me so long to be able to retry, it's just not designed very nicely. Ow. Ow. Yeah, I don't know if those do anything. So... I mean, I don't have a problem with French people. I personally dislike the French language because of my experience in learning it. Basically, to sum it up, I was bad at it, and, my teachers did not help. But that wasn't really, like, specific to French. That was just a general experience, so... It just happened to be that, well, that was happening in French class, but... Could have just as easily happened in, like, I don't know, Spanish. Almost fell again. That would have been a tragedy. Alright. Ow. And this time we'll try not to fall in the same place. How about that? Still haven't tried to use that lever. And I wonder what it would do. I mean, maybe it would switch off the monkeys? Or switch on the monkeys? Could also, like, be a bad idea to switch on. So... There. There. Maybe it would be a better idea to run in the middle, because... No, I really can't steer. But yeah, if I run in the middle of that one, it might work better, because then I only need to jump once, instead of twice. So, I feel like that's a good idea. Might as well try it. Like, is there generally something different about games developed by French developers? I mean, I don't know. I don't think I've played that many, so I'm honestly curious. I mean, yeah, sure, there's something different about French movies, because, like, they're French. I'd say that's a pretty noticeable difference. I've seen French movies, and they were indeed French. Yes. Well. That worked. Alright. I'd say maybe, like, the storytelling is a bit different in French movies. Just based on what I've seen. But I'm no movie expert, so I don't know. And all the French movies I've seen, or at least I think all of them, were actually in French. So, kind of difficult to compare. Because, well, I have an easier time understanding movies when they're not in French. So, I can't run in the middle on that one, but I could try and maneuver around. So I run on the side, then maneuver to the middle to only have to jump once. I'm not sure that's worth it, but we can try it. Oh. I failed so hard. But I think I might have to do that just to be able to, like, complete the rest of it. Oh, Siberia is a French game. I actually like Siberia. I mean, it's strange in some spots, but, like, it was fun. I like the overall experience of it. Aha! So, stepping on these switches stops the platform, I think. So that should save me time in the sense that, like, I now know how to not, like, have the platform stop. Alright. I mean, at least I'm improving. There is that. Oh wait, wasn't goblins French? I can't remember. I think someone said that it was. Because that game was... well... It felt like the point-and-click version of this. Like, not really explaining much. Very tricky puzzles. Perspectives being all wonky. But once again, that's not necessarily a French thing, so. Okay. So it did have French developers. Wow. Interesting. So it seems like French game devs just try to make games more difficult. I mean, I get it. If you want your kid to be busy for longer with a game, having the game be more difficult could do that. So, maybe that's their tactic? I don't know. Alright. So, I'll get ready to switch to normal mode to hit the lever. Come on, lever! Didn't work. I wasn't close enough. But I tried. I really tried. I mean, we have made some progress already. It's just that this area is difficult. Just wanted to point it out. Man, I'm getting better at that part. Arguably, that part is easier than getting back to this place the other way around. So, interesting. Let's go for it. Jump. Jump again. Continue running. That wasn't in time. So. Try number 568. Let's go for it. There. That did something. Just not sure what, but at least now the platform is down there. Don't know how that would help me. Oh! I think it might fall down there now. That could work. We'll see. Maybe that's how it's gonna work. Because that would be great. I'd take that any day. It's a lot quicker this way. So... Jump. Jump. Nope. Didn't work. Platform reset itself. Dang platform. So... now we know that the platform resets itself. At least when I reset back to the beginning. Maybe it doesn't reset itself when I don't get the game over screen. I wonder. So... how are we going to do this? I mean, I'll try and tie it on the side. Really? So, I got stumbled by the monkey, which... well... on the ledge. Not really. The only place where I could dodge it is, like, right there next to the lever with the monkeys. But the monkeys keep shooting at me, so there's that. But at the starting ledge, I can't wait there, because that means the log is just not going to fall, so. Doesn't really work like that, sadly. So, can I get a heart from here? Nice. Nope. I missed. Seems dealing with that urn was not worth it. Because it slowed me down. Ow. Can I just, like, load the lost save from here? Return? No. There. Continue saved game. Okay. Well, we haven't found the book yet, no. Oh boy. Such low health now. That's not great. Like, do you mean the book in the library at the start? Or the book in this temple? Because I'm pretty sure we're supposed to find a book in here. And, no, we haven't found a book in here. Yeah, we haven't found a book in here yet. I mean, otherwise, why would we be trying to get deeper into the temple? My health is actually pretty good over here. can't get him to dodge from up here. Maybe that could work? There. That works. Oh, it worked for a bit. There. Nope. Missed my chance. I'm not sure he's drunk. He just acts weird, I think. I mean, considering he can switch between, being sneaky, which doesn't seem that sneaky, and athletic, where he just almost falls over, and punching anything. Yeah, you do have a point there. Nope, I missed. I tried. Ow. But yeah, jumping under pressure is not my strong suit. There, finally. Nope, I fell. Alright. At least the skeleton is dodging now, instead of attacking me. And I fell. Good try. So what do you guys have planned for this weekend? Other than trying not to melt for most of you? I'd assume you're not necessarily eager to also play this game. But that's just a guess. So... You started a text adventure stream. Well, good luck. I've streamed Zork before. And... it's definitely tricky if you're not used to it. Both in terms of, well, vocally, and, well, just text adventures are difficult. So, yeah. And yes, it's the weekend. It's Saturday over here. Thank you. not just text adventures that are difficult in regards to, well, doing them vocally. Just in general, games that have a lot of dialogue but no voice acting. There are a lot of ones that are just difficult to stream because you do all the voice acting yourself. So, yeah. You find yourself in a Twitch stream, there's a person on camera playing a game. Yep. I see what you did there. Ow. So... how am I going to do this? I guess... like the good old-fashioned getting the skeleton to dodge into a corner would be a good idea, because having to deal with the skeleton trying to kill me while I'm doing a jumping puzzle, it's not great. But yeah, reading a text adventure is basically, like, at that point you're just doing a reading stream. But it's similar with games that, as I said, don't have any voice acting at all. So, like, more recently I streamed Dream Daddy, a dad dating simulator, which has the most minimal voice acting you could have. Like, the characters say, like, maybe one line, like, every now and then, and that line can also just be a sound effect, basically. So, yeah. Like, it could also just be, like, a sigh, or, like, just one word. So, yeah. Yeah, of course with, like, drawing maps, that, helps. Because if you keep getting stuck in the same game, then odds are you'll have to read stuff over and over again. And you'll be stuck in that game for ages. Like me. In this area. Like, for example, this game also doesn't have voice acting. So, it's just me talking for, now, 4 hours. So... but that's still different than, like, trying to do character voices. So, there's, like, just a lot of different things you can do with your channel. And, yeah, that's one of them. Of course, like, if you play games that mainly have their own voice acting, it's gonna be a different experience for your audience. But overall, you're in charge, so... well, thank you. I mainly just have a weird accent. But that's very nice of you to say. Yeah, my accent, it does weird things. It changes depending on, like, what I've been watching or listening to. So... like, I don't really have any specific, like, dominant parts of my accent. So, it just all blends together. Tends to sound somewhat British for the most part, but, like, a lot of the guesses I've gotten are, like, all over the place. So, yeah. There's that. Okay, I've still got 1 clover, so I'll keep on trying. Because I think it's better to try and reset if I lose the 4-leaf clover. before getting to the log area. So. Like, the jumping part isn't the difficult part, I'd argue. The difficult part is all the other stuff that makes you need to speed up the jumping parts. Because, well, at least in my case, that makes me very sloppy. So. Alright. So. Finally. Okay. Good start. Walking closer to the edge. And let's do this. Nice. And this one. Alright. And last one. There we go. Okay. Sometimes I just get stuck in that area again, I know. Yeah. If I could just not get stuck there, that would be great, but... not always that easy, sadly. Really? Alright. Guess that's gonna happen. Okay. I'll try the thing where I try and go the middle route. Nope. That didn't work out. Okay. There. Oh! Well. That's pretty neat. I respawn in this room again. Nice. I think I'll keep on doing that, to be honest. That's so much nicer. It's great to know. But it does mean that if I die, I'll still have the same issue. Oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no. Oh. Didn't even make it to the lever. I can't go to the menu while I'm busy getting killed, I think. But at least it means that if I fall down, I can just go back to the start. So, that is pretty nice. So... walking close to the edge. There. Nice. And there. Okay. So, it seemed like, using that lever might possibly, like, not reset in certain circumstances. So, like, if I use the lever and then fall down and then go through that entire thing again, then the second time around, I think it might work. So that's a tactic. So basically going through this part twice. The first time activating the lever. And then falling down on purpose. Going through it all again. And then having the lever. The the up log fell down into... You'll see. Okay, let's do this. There. Jump and jump. Oh, I did it! Ah! I managed it! How did I do that? I'm so impressed with my own skills. Okay, No, I didn't cheat. Okay. Are they just not gonna shoot me? I'll be super careful about this, because... Oh boy, I don't want to fall. Like... Dang it. Okay. So if I jump here... Oh, a pressure plate! Dang it. Okay. So... Ow. Dang it. Okay, I fell. Well... We learned things. Maybe that means the log isn't going to come back. But it probably will. But still, might manage. We'll see. But progress. Definite progress. Oh wait. I touched a pressure plate. I need to avoid the pressure plates. Yes. Not gonna continue moving. Okay. Alright. So, athletic, jumping over there, and using the lever, switching back to athletic. Well, patience and skill. I have one, but not the other. Ow. Fair enough. So, yeah, the log is back. Nice. I'll just try and actually look at where the pressure plates are. I mean, if I walk this way, should be able to avoid them. Okay. There. Is that a pressure plate right there? I hope not. Nope, just a normal tile. That could be a pressure plate. I'm so paranoid about tiles being pressure plates now. Okay. This is the best way to sneak. We did it. Everyone stay calm. I really hope it saves in this area. What's our health at? Oh, great. But at least we still have a clover, so... hope this is gonna go well. So... should be able to build the skeleton from here, I think. Yeah. There. I did that. Of course I can't jump there. So... Did I mention I'm bad at timing puzzles? Okay. So. I'll still kill that skeleton from over here. Because I'm an optimist. There. I'll try and run over there from this side. Okay. It just takes me so long to actually start running. I did it! Nobody move or breathe. Just nobody do anything. No. Okay. I I just run for it? Nope. Run for it? Nope. Run for it from this side? Nope. What else am I supposed to do? Screw you, face thing. Okay, now I'm being rude. Okay. There we go. The anger helped. So. So now we all know, when in doubt, insult things. So. Well, I don't like the face thing. It's an evil face thing. We got a coin. I was hoping for health. No, we just get a coin. Okay. Let's check this place. Guess I could jump over there. That would be rough. But let's do it. At least here I shouldn't be risking health as much. Probably something out there trying to kill my character, but... Okay. I should probably not use the athletic mode, because I'll be running into walls and losing health that way. I know me. So... Okay. So, athletic, and can we jump over there? Nope. Maybe I need to stand close to the edge to do that? Oh, there's another mushroom over there. Can I reach that? Not from here. Oh, there. Life. Nice. So... what's the idea of this place? So I get up there. I'm not sure if I can get those platforms to move using the ball. Could try. Okay, it doesn't seem to work on these. Oh, there's a lever up there. How do I get up there? What? How? How does that work? No. Not quite. Maybe I need to throw the ball from the ledge where I was standing. I could try that. So I walk around here. And I walk up here. I fall down there. I won't go there. Switch to sneak mode. Are his shoes red or is he just wearing socks? They just seem like very thin shoes. Like basically ballet flats or something. Okay. There! That worked. So... Okay. I'm on the platform now. Can I use the lever from here by sneaking and yes. Nice. Okay. Athletic. And jump. Nice. It's great again. Okay, so I'll try and get that one from this platform. So, right. No. Okay, can't get it from here. So I think I'll need to be quick about stepping onto the platform. Okay. Oof. That was close. Okay. So. Nope. Just want to closer. Okay. So, do I hit the lever again? Do I try and hit the other one? What do I do? This one again? Okay, this one again. Okay. Oh no, from here I'll actually have to jump. Okay. Which one do I try? The spikes or the one without spikes? I'll look at this side. Okay, so it's the same one. One is 4-tile wide jump. And the other one's 3 tiles. So nice. Okay. So I'm assuming that this is a path up here? Right? Right? Okay. Nice. Oh no! Oh no! No! Should have been in athletic mode. Okay. So many traps. This game is mean. Okay. Hope I can climb down? No? Ow. Well, I tried. Really? Really? That's how it's gonna be. Pressed my Windows key by accident. Okay. Is there just a pathway through there? No. There isn't. Yeah, that was a very mean trap. Okay. Okay, it's one of these. I think that works. Why did it just reset? That was rude. What? There's pressure plates on the floor. Of course there are! This game! Why? Why you do this? Okay, let's get back into this. So... I mean, I managed to do it once, so... we know what that means. Okay. Calmly walking over there. Okay. Okay. No more running. Now I need to get the statue down there. Come on. you're heading off. Fair enough. Thank you for stopping by, and good night. Ow. Just trying to get it away from the wall. There we go. Okay. That door's open now. Of course there's a skeleton. Wait, how many skeletons? That's a lot of skeletons. Can I open this door now? No. Yeah, it seems to just be 2 skeletons at least. Okay. Can only have one of them stun locked at a time, but I'll take that. There goes the other one, and
You've just earned the 2nd level of magic by finding the Book of Boo.
Give me that heart. Give it. Give it to me. No, it's not. I don't trust the skeleton. Is it still hostile? It's moving towards me. I don't like this. It's on the way, so... Oh, our ball is green now. Well, sure he's worshipping me, but, like... That doesn't mean he won't attack me. So... Now what? Oh, there. Let's see. Ooh. I didn't want to risk trying to walk past the skeleton and dying, so yeah, I finished that area. I'm so glad. Hello, horsey.
Good day, horse.
Hello, Witch. Did you know that there are strange noises coming from that symbol on the rocks?
Okay. So now I can talk to animals, apparently. Thank you for the follow.
Here's your book.
Only the heir could have survived in that temple. You were the chosen one that the prophecy spoke of. You are worthy of keeping the Book of Boo. Twinsen, it will allow you to decipher the runes and to speak to the animals. The prophecy that must be accomplished is also revealed in its pages. You must overthrow Dr. Funfrog, the despot who has destroyed the harmony that once existed on this planet. In my dreams, I saw him profaning the well of Sendel, which caused the immediate destruction of this world. You must go to the well of Sendel to save us from Dr. Funfrock. I don't know where this well is, but your ancestors must have left instructions for you somewhere in your home.
Oh, nice. Is my phone ringing? Because that sounded like a... Oh, is that rock? The horse did say that was like weird sounds and stuff. I mean, it sounds kind of like a ringtone. The voice acting in this game won a Tony? Really? I didn't know they even gave Tony Awards to games. But, I mean, I don't know. Could be possible, I guess. I mean, I don't know much about award shows, so... don't really watch them. So... can I interact with this thing? Nope. I'll leave this area and come back to it, because I really want to make sure I've saved. So it didn't want to join. Okay. I mean, I don't know if there are Tonys for video games. I thought that those were mainly for musicals and stuff. I don't know. Maybe they give out Tonys for video games. I don't really watch the show, so... don't know what all the categories are. Is there anything I'm supposed to do here? I'll ask the horse again. Don't hit me in the face, please.
Good day, horse.
Hello, Quitch. Did you know that there are strange noises coming from that symbol on the
A
rocks?
symbol on the rocks, okay. You just know your best friend's name is Tony. I mean, pretty good to know your best friend's name, I guess. So, congrats. So, nope. Can't seem to do anything with it. Maybe my inventory could help if I could manage to actually open my inventory. Empty bottle. Penguin. D-card. The book.
The day will come when someone from the present or future species will rise up and say, "This world is mine from now on, and the key to all powers belongs to me." This day will surely come, because avarice and violence harbor in the hearts of all species of the universe. If the peril on this day is too great, the Chosen One will come forth. He will rise up against the tyrant and overthrow him. He will free and reunite the people, because throughout the years, the Chosen One's ancestors will have prepared him for his victory. They will have left information and weapons in his dwelling. The Chosen One, also known as the Heir, will however have to gather together 4 magical symbols if he hopes to be victorious. The tunic, the Book of Boo, Sendel's medallion, and a flask of clear water. On the day of peril, Sendel will visit the Heir in his sleep and announce the coming of the final combat. The heir will then have to go to the Well of Sendel, where the goddess will endow her powers on him.
Okay. Thanks, but... Was that because I was standing in front of the symbol, or...? No, okay.
The day will come when someone
So
from
we'll
the
get to hear it
present
all
or
again.
future species will rise up and say, "This world is mine from now on, and the key to all powers belongs to me." This day will surely come, because avarice and violence harbor in the hearts of all species of the universe. If the peril on this day is too great, the
So
chosen one will
medallion
come forth.
and a flask
He will
of clear
rise
water.
up against
That's
the
what we're
tyrant and
missing.
overthrow him. He will free and reunite the people, because throughout the years, the Chosen One's ancestors will have prepared him for his victory. They will have left information and weapons in his dwelling. The Chosen One, also known as the Heir, will however have to gather together 4 magical symbols if he hopes to be victorious. The tunic, the Book of Bu, Sendel's
Well,
medallion, and a flask of clear water.
It is a flask
On
of
the day
water.
of peril, Sendel
Like,
will visit the Heir in his sleep
The
and announce
brand
the
of the
coming
bottle
of
is
the
even
final
like,
combat.
basically flask,
The
it's
heir
just
will
without
then
the
have to
A.
go to the Well of Sendel, where the goddess will endow her powers on him.
So... Yeah, it is water. It is clear water. I mean, I didn't put a bunch of food coloring in it to make it no longer be clear water. Because that would be weird. Oh. Okay then. Found a secret heart. Anything else hiding back here? Coin. Well, I don't put food coloring in my water. I use food coloring for other weird purposes, like, red liquid food coloring instead of fake blood. So, it works pretty well, actually. Not sure, like, what a dermatologist would think about it, but it doesn't stain nearly as much. Well, stain skin nearly as much. It does still stain other stuff. So many mushrooms around here. True, better than real blood. I mean, wouldn't really be sanitary, especially if you're like using like, well, blood you just bought on the internet, for example. I mean, if you use pork blood, I guess it would work, but still. Probably best not to. Just for sanitary reasons. Yeah, don't buy blood on the internet. Yeah.
Good day.
You are the heir that the prophecy spoke of, Twinson. Find your ancestors' legacy hidden in your home and pursue your quest. Come back and see me sometime.
I guess I just really need to go back to my home. Which will be quite the journey. But it'll hopefully be easier than dealing with that temple, because oh boy. Right, this area. I almost forgot about this part. Okay. So... jump. Yeah, it should do more damage now, because the ball is green now, and it took fewer throws to kill the skeletons. So... Here we go.
Good day.
I can get you where you want to go for only 10 caches. Where do you want to go?
I'll leave later on.
Which one was which? Okay, Citadel Island is our home. I think we came from Principal Island. Okay. So we want to go to Citadel Island.
Good day.
I can get you where you want to go for only 10 caches. Where do you want to go?
Citadel
To
Island.
Citadel Island.
Nice. They have so many coins now. I mean, imagine traveling all that way, so like jumping and like getting to that part of the rocks, only to figure out that for some reason you don't have 10 caches anymore. That would be rough. Stay here. True, the temple did have a lot of money, but still, if you for some reason didn't really get that money. There. Nice. You're gonna have nightmares about those elephants? Yeah, me too. Right. Ow. Not moving, not moving, not moving at all. Definitely not moving. Doing anything but moving. Okay. There's nothing hidden in this one? There we go. Can't open that door, I guess. Not moving. Okay. I'm a normal citizen. There is nothing to see here. Still not sure why those flowers make sound effects when I step on them. Still think it's quite strange. Possibly a bad sign. Almost. There we go. I killed the elephants. So, to get up there, well, guess I'll kill that guy. If you're already shooting at me, it's a bit late to tell me to stop. Shoot first, say halt later? Really? Yeah, they just walled off our doors. So... seems like overkill to wall off our door, but... to be fair, it is effective at keeping us out. Like, well, at least we won't be walking in there through the door. So... no. Not that again. There we go. So... true, they didn't burn the house down. Guess I should be grateful. Alright. That way. There. Over here. And up here? No. Oh. I think I need to jump onto the rocks over in the corner. Oh, fine. It's just a ramp of rocks. Neat. Yeah, it's quite the nice house. Oh. Found a secret passageway. That's pretty neat. Is that the medallion?
This room contains information and weapons that were amassed for generations to help the heir who will one day be chosen from our descendants. The key to the room was passed down from generation to generation, but our ancestor, Hegesipa, was the last family member to retain the key. Nobody knows where Leborn's treasure, which undoubtedly contains the golden key to the room, is today.
Right. So they lost the key. Thanks, family. Well, I could have checked the urns. See if there was anything in there. I mean, who knows? Maybe the key is in one of those urns on the side. Yep. Instead of figuring out where it is, they just wrote me a giant message. Because they're helpful like that. The equivalent of, like, writing a post note, like, and putting it in the spot of, like, a thing you are supposed to buy. So, like, for example, if you run out of eggs, you just keep the egg carton, and inside you put a post-it note of, I forgot to buy eggs. And that's how you troll yourself. Okay. I mean, I clogged the toilet, good luck. Yeah. That's a good one too. I think I know where the treasure is. There was this other area where the bridge was broken. And I couldn't get there because I can't fly and, well. Not sure how I'm supposed to get there now, but I'd assume that's where I'm supposed to go. Super helpful how that one family member just couldn't pass the key on before dying. It's really inconsiderate. Okay. Anything else I can use? Do the nightstands have anything? Oh, this one did. How about this one? Yes. Lovely. So I should hopefully be able to heal up a bit. Even if I can't find any new clovers. It's still good to know. Yeah, so we're all filled up on both health and magic, I think. Yeah, he lost the key along with his life to some pirate. So, he died. But he clearly didn't consider how that would be inconvenient to me. So, well. Yeah, I don't think there's anything important in here. Oh, money. I'll take it. Can I use the other cabinets too? Yes, I can. Kitchen is full of surprises. And this one? Yes. This plant? I guess I already got that one. Okay. But yeah, I'm not sure how we're going to continue from here. I mean, I'm supposed to, like, figure out how to fly somehow. But no clue how that's gonna work. But I think this is going to be enough for today. I mean, I've been streaming this game for close to 5 hours now. And getting through that temple was tough. But I did it. So, yeah. I think we did alright. I'll go back into the house just to make sure that everything's saved as it should be. And yeah, that'll be that. So, going to exit out of the game. And quit. And quit. There we go. Yeah, it's been fun. This game is definitely quite a challenge. But depending on how close I am to the end, like, who knows, maybe we'll finish it next week. Next time that I'll play this game is going to be 1 week from now exactly, so there's that. Yeah, I could show off my general stream schedule. This week it was different because of, well, the Monday and Tuesday stream. Those aren't usually on there. So I usually stream Thursdays, Saturdays, and Sundays. And currently the schedule is Fallout on Thursdays and Sundays, and Little Big Adventure on Saturdays. So yeah, there's that. And yeah, my streams start like 5 hours ago. So whatever time that is in your time zone. And yes, tomorrow I'll be continuing Fallout. Well, Fallout 3. Yeah, there's that. Let's see who we're going to raid. Do you guys have any recommendations? Because that's always fun. Otherwise, we'll just, well, we'll go for someone. Just not sure who yet. Let's scroll through the retro category. It's been a while since we raided someone new. So, any games I recognize? I do see someone playing Super Mario 64. And I have played that game before, just not on stream. Maybe I'll stream it one day. I'll probably have to mute the music, but still would be worth it. I mean, the music is nice, but somehow I don't trust Nintendo to, like, not mute my entire stream if I leave it on. So, I don't know. But I could probably figure it out with how many people seem to stream the game. So, I mean, why not see how that playthrough of Super Mario is going? I'm curious. Seems to be possibly speedruns and stuff, so... Or challenge run, apparently. So, I'm curious. So, we'll just check it out together. So, yeah. thanks for watching, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Don't forget to be nice during the raid, since you are, like, ambassadors of this channel, basically, so, yeah. Bye!